I'm back.
This is UC Security. Prepare to be scanned for contraband. Conduit done. Joy Sidonia.
It is interesting to recall that this is where humanity first reached out into the stars.
Sidonia. Old waste. I suspect the soul system would be abandoned otherwise.
The UC Exchange is a great place to buy your weapons.
Do you imagine anyone actually enjoys living here? I simply cannot.
If you're here to buy or sell, you might want to talk to Octai. I'm busy. And by sensitive, I'm guessing you mean something you don't want UC Security sticking their noses into. I can probably help you with that. What have you got for me? Aurora, huh? Nice. A little too hot to handle, though. What else you got?
If the Trade Authority is not interested, that says a great deal.
All I'm going to point at is the ceiling, with my middle finger. Get that stuff out of here before UC Security catches on. Of course, if there's a finder's fee you're offering, I might, well, bend the rules a little bit. Sure, go ahead. You shoot me, and the TA will have bounty hunters on your ass before you even get back to the spaceport. Listen, love, I've heard it all. Threats bounce right off, so either cough up the finder's fee or try and sell that shipment on your own. You know, it's funny. Suddenly, I do remember someone who might be able to unload that stuff for you.
Just demand the extra credits up front next time. These games are juvenile and tiresome.
There's a buddy of mine who runs with the Crimson Fleet. Goes by the name Adler Kemp. If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his brain cells at the Broken Spear. Oh, and it's been a pleasure.
Alias, what is on your mind at this moment? What's up?
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you can turn around and walk away.
Oh, rude.
Hey, why don't you say that a little louder? I don't think every single UC guard in Sidonia heard you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we can help you with this. If you've got a whole shipment of this stuff, you're going to need to move it fast. But you're going to have to do something for us first. Yeah, well, she isn't running the show here. I am.
I see no good reason why we should have any extra dealings with the likes of you.
Lady, if you want me to move that shipment for your pal here, you're going to do whatever the hell I want. You got that? Now listen up.
So
I'm not
sassy.
going to repeat myself. I need you to deal with a miner who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on booze, not that I blame him. Either way, I want that money back. write you an instruction manual? You can do this loud, you can do this quiet. I don't care. I just want my goddamn money, and I want this guy to remember who he screwed over. Perfect. His name's Carl Fielding. I think you'll find him wandering around the Deimos miners' quarters. Don't worry, you can't miss him. Just look for the most miserable-looking guy in the entire place.
I'm committed to making Sidonia a safe and prosperous place to live and work. If you have any concern.
Sometimes it feels like
Something I can help you with? Adler Camp. Who the heck is that? Adler, you said? Nope. I think you have me mixed up with someone else. Look, I'm tired. It's been a long day in the mines. I just want to go home, wash off the dust,
Thanks for
and
the follow.
relax. This has been fun, though. Whatever. Hey now. Take it easy there. Let me think about that person you mentioned. Adler, was it? Oh, wait. You mean that? I told him I'd pay up next week when Deimos cuts our next profit share check. I'll even bring it to him personally. Sound good? Yeah? Come on! Give me a break! What the... Look, I haven't got a single credit to spare right now. Okay? You can't squeeze blood from a stone. You know? Right?
Clearly this man has never seen how hard I can squeeze.
No, I didn't realize I could turn up the volume.
What games? Why are you doing this to me? I don't have the money. Sure. I guess I could ask for a 7-day shift. I don't know. Well, no. I guess not. But maybe I was hoping he'd show a little mercy. Please, tell Adler I'm sorry for trying to wiggle out of the debt. I didn't have much of a choice.
Hello, excellent to see you.
Consider this unit always on the job.
Hope that helps. You do a little bit more to adjust the audio.
You're listening to the settled system.
Deimos Staryard acknowledges the efforts of its citizens to make our city a happy and productive place to work. Thank you for your daily contributions to our prosperity.
Yeah, give me a second to adjust the audio. Alright, that should definitely be a bit louder. Didn't want to blow out anybody's eardrums.
have something for me? Well, would you look at that? I knew that bum was holding out on me. He going to be a problem anymore? Or did he get the message?
Oh, he got it.
Nice. Nice. You're kind of a natural at this. Leaning on deadbeats comes easy to you. I like that. You know, if you like this kind of work, I can get you more. A lot more. You think you can handle running with my, I'm interested? Come on. You're not shopping for real estate here. I'm offering you a crack at some real money. So can you handle it or what?
Maybe.
That's what I'm talking about. I like your style. All right. I'll call ahead.
Yeah, I only
Get a
recently
hold
started
of
streaming.
Mora. She's second to the big boss
About a
himself.
week ago.
Head out
I mean,
to
I've done
Europa.
on and off,
You'll find her
but
there.
starting to do it
Suggest
more
you
often
listen
now.
to whatever she has to say. Oh, and I've taken care of that Aurora shipment for you too. Don't spend all that cash in one place.
If I can.
Yeah, it's been pretty good so far.
Oh, hi there.
Not used to being on camera as much, but you know, everybody starts somewhere.
Find the interior of this ship.
I've been taking some online classes in my spare time, and I've been doing that through Zoom calls. So I've been getting used to like using a webcam more and stuff.
Wow. Look who finally had the guts to show up. Looks like Adler finally did something right for once. So, big shot. I hear Adler thinks you're good enough to join our crew.
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
We'll see. When the waters get deep, it's sink or swim. So, before I put you to work, let's get everything out in the open. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you aren't about to sign up with any average pirate crew. You're signing up with
The Crimson Fleet.
Fleet. That's if you get through this little There's a medical supply ship called the Ragana, jumping into Enceladus's orbit. On board that ship, you'll find a traitor named Austin Rake. I want him dead. It's done when Rake stops breathing. Head back here when you
What kind of plushies do you make?
and don't keep me waiting for long.
This Neva Mora, her words are measured and carry weight. She is not to be trifled with.
Rake used to run with the fleet. Hell, I'm the one who vouched for him in the first place. Back then he had a different name and a different identity. He was a damn good earner too. Brought in a ton of creds. Everything was fine until he
That's
wanted
so cool.
out. So he ran. And nobody, I mean nobody, runs away from the fleet. tracking Rick for months. He's making it tough. He changes his location and identities, but you know what?
I'm glad to see you.
What's the biggest one that you've made? Oh wow, that is huge. How much was that one?
I was afraid of that.
Oh my god, that is so much. That's so cool.
What is it you want exactly? Damn it. I do not have choice, do I? Okay. Docking bay.
Ah, a face I never mind seeing. Oh no.
Oh, crap. Alright. I'm gonna try to do some space pirating, but hopefully she won't abandon me for killing this person. How long does it take to make them?
I am not sure what to make of you being here. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship. If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it. I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece.
Oh wow. I feel like that's super quick. That's still really cool though. I recently like does that involve like a lot of sewing?
That is not something I am going to do, not until you reveal your intentions. As far as you are concerned, I am Austin Rake. You want him? You're going to have to kill me.
And I can go through all of
Now,
them.
do you mind telling us what this is all about?
Oh, I was wondering how the plushies are made. Like, does it involve like a lot of like stitching or sewing by hand or machine? Was curious about the process.
You are asking me to betray my own crew.
Oh, okay.
I have heard the Crimson Fleet will do anything for some credits. Maybe he's just reaping what he sowed. It's true. I do not know him that well. And some of what he says is suspicious. I do want to find a solution here. All right, I will do it. I've got no love for the fleet. And if Rake was one of them, my loyalties with him end. But if I do this, you have to promise to spare the rest of the crew and leave the supplies for New Homestead.
Is that all it takes for you to flip on me, Dimitri? Unbelievable.
It is either you or all of us, Austin. I'm sorry.
Man, they're outing him.
You're a coward.
Poor guy.
You know, I almost bought it. All that crap about helping people and making a difference. But at the end of the day, you're no different from the fleet. When push comes to shove, you only care about yourself.
I'm safe now.
Always worth checking. Never know what you might find in their pockets.
That's so cool. I can't believe that you just make that by yourself. I occasionally make like paintings and artwork, but I've never made any crafts. I've stitched a couple pillows in the past and stuff. I've learned stitching from my mother, but I've never made anything that large before. That's so cool. Cool. What other plushies do you make?
Thanks for the help with the Cliptic. I had it
Is
under
it just
control,
like rainbow,
but
or is it just like pony ones, or
jumped
like
into the fight.
what other ones do you make?
Now tell me about the Ragana.
Okay, that's still cool.
Some good news, then we can go celebrate. Huh. No kidding.
How long you been making them?
Happy, seeing as our hands are clean. I would have preferred if you hadn't left witnesses behind, but at least you got the job done. Anyway, you wanted into the Crimson Fleet? Well, you're in. Yup, it's that simple. Hope this business with Rake's taught you something. Because I'm about to stick my neck out and vouch for you. If you screw up, and I wind up looking like an asshole, I'm gonna send someone after you. We clear? Be careful what you wish for. You screw up bad enough, and I just might. Now that you know the deal, it's time to see what you signed up for. I'm gonna upload the pet out there as soon as you can. Don't keep me waiting long.
Joining the Crimson Fleet is hardly a cause for celebration.
So interesting. I hope that I can turn a passion like that I have into like a more like full-fledged like, you know, like source of income. I started selling paintings this year. I've sold them to a few friends and a few people at a couple parties that I've gone to. I do various types of paintings. I do like mainly like acrylic based artwork. I've also occasionally done drawings, but that was years ago, back during when I first started getting into like artwork. Um, it's mainly acrylic paintings, like landscape, sometimes abstract. Um, it's relatively simple. It's nothing fancy.
Pardon.
You have permission to speak freely. We received word you boarded the Ragana. I don't care if Rake was with the fleet. The pilot and his crew were not. What you did was uncalled for. I understand certain liberties must be taken to maintain your cover, but your core morality has to remain intact. If you let your role strip that away, you become one of them. You're of no use to me. Understood?
I heard you the first. So sarcastic. Man.
Good. Now I want to make this crystal clear. You do what you can to stay in the fleet, but there's an ethical line we cannot cross. Do something like this again, and you're out. Permanently. But for now, we will continue with the briefing. Were you at least able to join the fleet?
That's interesting. I wonder if it would be hard. Like, I feel like it would be harder to use a 3D. I've never used a 3D printer before. I've always wanted to, though.
It's a dangerous plan, and you came awfully close to killing more than just Rake.
I was maintaining
Thankfully,
cover.
you at least managed to spare the rest of the crew. Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Saoirse was correct. After we received reports on your interaction with Adler Kemp, we picked up on your rendezvous with Neva Mora.
Our files indicate she's second in command, so getting on her good side will ensure you get into the Crimson Fleet. Yes, you passed your first test and you're still alive. But before we get too confident, that either means she suspects nothing, or she intends to make an example of you later. Just remember, these are ruthless criminals, so don't let your guard down.
And their ruthlessness is only surpassed by their cunning. You should proceed with caution, regardless of how well you think you've ingratiated yourself.
So what's next for you on Neva's agenda? Excellent. If you're heading to the Key, I assume you'll be meeting Delgado soon.
Delgado is the leader of the Crimson Fleet. I have a profile here with some information on his background. You'll want to know the individual cadences of every member of the fleet, but Delgado's most of all.
What is there to know? He is pirate scum, like all of them.
Oh, wow, that is a long time.
The Crimson Fleet is not a monolith.
Any information you have on its members can only help. In any case, now that you're with the fleet, you'll be operating independently.
I'm sure they're fun, memorable experiences, though.
But we'll
I hope you have fun, though.
Our distance for now, especially while you're on the key. This will also give us time to bolster our defenses, should we need to engage with the fleet in the future.
Sir, on that note, shall we begin implementing the upgrade to our shields?
Immediately, Lieutenant. Notify the engineers and relay the information to the crew. I hope your entry into the fleet has overcome any doubts you may have had regarding your mission. It certainly increased my estimates on success. Keep up the good work. We'll expect further reports. Dismissed.
Wherever the Crimson Fleet go, we'll follow.
I had a 13-hour car ride about a year ago. Ugh, I know what it's like. It is a long drive. I only made a couple stops during my trip, just mainly to get food and gas for my car. My arms were sore by the end of the trip. I didn't stop or anything. I just drove in one continuous span. Oh, wow. See, I drove 13 hours and I was still in the same country. I just drove down to the south of my country, to Louisiana. Such a long drive. Right? I hate traffic. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, I've heard about that in Germany. Like, we don't have that in America. We have speed limits in America. It's such a hassle. I wish I could drive as fast as I want. I'd be mostly safe about it.
You got your cut. Now get out of my face. You said the take was 10K, but it was 30. Big difference on 40% of 10 versus 30. You wanted 4K, you got 4K. Not my problem. If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new rook.
Hey, steal from me and get caught? Better off dead.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn air freshener. The hell took you so long? Forget how to grav jump or something?
Must be so nice, though, to just have those days where you can just, like, go as fast as you want, anywhere you want. Well, on those highways. Must be fun.
Never apologize. Not if you want anyone in the fleet to respect you. And if they don't respect you, put a gun to their head and they'll get the message. But, all that aside, you made it. So now, you get to hear a nifty history lesson. Pencils ready? Good. This floating scrap heap you're standing on is called the Key. Used to be an old UC Military Star Station, and now it's the fleet's base of operations. Might look a little beat up on the outside, but we keep it together.
There's a lot of construction work over there on the highways.
Hell yeah, it is. Just watch your back when you do. Cred sticks tend to disappear around here, if you catch my meaning.
Assuming
It
we are
always
using
seems
the
like
same
this.
abbreviation, I must disagree. I find this neither restful nor relaxing.
Anyway, I'll tell you all about the key. But it's better if I show you too. Follow me. All right. History time. So, the key is in orbit around Suvorov. That's the very same ice ball where the United Colonies built a supermax prison they call the Lock. The use
Yeah, I hate
is
those
so
kind of traffic
clever.
jams.
Supermax
I don't have the
prison,
patience for it.
Lock, key. Cute, huh? Now, we've got everything the fleet needs right here. Of course, you've got to pay for it. Remember, on the key, credits are king. What the
Yeah,
hell is this?
that's why I couldn't handle like that traffic jam. I get road rage and stuff. Like, I get annoyed at people who are super slow
Sweetie,
or who aren't mindful of those around them and stuff. I drive super defensively.
damn doors are sealed?
I'm super mindful of like everyone around me.
You know, that thing I spend most of my day dealing with? Believe me, my people are on it. Have a little faith for once.
Aw. And you always, Angel.
It's not that hard to use a
This
turn
is
signal.
Jasmine. You need anything for your ship, she's got you covered. We'll hit up the depot next since these doors have given out on us. So anyway, we were talking about the Lock. About 100 years ago, the prisoners down there rioted and took over the place. After stealing some ships, they were actually able to make it up here and took over the key.
About time you brought us new blood, neighbor. I was getting tired of trading with the same old faces.
Yeah, most people stick to vehicles here. Seems like. I'm from the Midwest, so it's mainly like cars for the most part. People used to get around.
Whoa, whoa. It's not our fault that people don't appreciate how much it costs to get untraceable merchandise onto the key.
Neva's just whining because she thinks she lost a ton of cash selling us a shipment of gear. She should have done her homework.
Yeah, sure, laugh it up. I'll remember that next time I need something from you cheapskates. Let's move on.
All right, make
Back
it quick.
to my story.
I've got schematics to organize.
After the liberated prisoners grabbed the key, they established it as a base of operations and began pirating the spaceways. That was how the Crimson Fleet began. Of course, Jasper Cricks had a lot to do with all that, but we'll get to him later. Rook,
So cumbersome.
Missouri, queen of the rare exports.
If I don't have it, you don't need it.
Neuroamps, blueprints. Hit her up and she'll take care of you.
Speaking of which, you still owe me for that last purchase, Neva. It's like 5 figures. Don't make me collect it the hard way.
I mean, I get they want to enact change, but, you know, people also gotta get where they need, you know.
Enough of the bullshit, Zuri. I'll pay
Especially
you
when,
when
like,
I
ambulances or emergency
deal with it. Got a
services,
problem
you
with
know.
that? Take it up with the boss.
I hope
On
you
the
came
right,
with credits.
you've got Bradley from the Trade Authority. I'm sure you know the deal there. He'll buy pretty much anything, no matter how hot. Then we got our med bay on the left, run by the one and only Samina Mizra. She'll patch you up, if you've got the money. We don't run any free clinics up in here, you don't? Okay, this is our final stop. Over there, you've got the last Nova, where Bog serves watered-down drinks at ridiculously exorbitant prices. And right here is the most important place on the entire station, the Reckoner's Core, run by the incomparable Shinya Voss.
Another new rook, Neva? I can't believe Delgado still lets you recruit given what happened with the last one.
You mean Austin Rake? It's been taken care of, all right? I don't like loose ends, and this rook is the one who tied it off.
Perhaps next time you'll try to be a bit more discerning regarding
Yeah, I could see how that would be annoying.
cost-effective.
I mean, I believe in protesting, but like,
I love you too, darling.
like you don't need to do that on the middle of the road, I feel like.
Shinya handles our lifeblood, the money. We call him our Reckoner, but if you ask me, he's actually.
I feel like it's a good way to get hit by a car by standing in the middle of the road.
And Neva will slit your throat if she thinks you'll bleed creds.
Go to hell, boss. Take care of our new friend here, or I'll find a way to pull the pin on that little party popper in your chest. Anyway, Shinya will get you set up in our system. I've got real work to do. Once you're done, head upstairs and I'll introduce you to the boss.
Time for a proper introduction. I am Shinya Voss, the official reckoner for the Crimson Fleet. And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest. And no, I'll never know the meaning of the word humble. In fact, I find Delgado's idea of a security measure to be quite empowering.
Right, I totally agree with you. Like, it's good for what it is and stuff, but yeah, it can be done in a better way that's safer.
Glad you approve.
And more peaceful.
Obviously, betrayal isn't taken lightly around here. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the fleet, I'm a prime target for information. Should our enemies capture me or I grew any semblance of a moral conscience, you might consider me the greatest threat we have. For Delgado, the bomb grants peace of mind and a certain degree of safety. Essentially, but I sleep soundly knowing I'm one of the few that can piss Delgado off and live. Should I die, all of my knowledge, the accounts, the credits, it would be a mess. He wouldn't dare. He holds the trigger, but we all know that my death cripples the fleet. Call the bomb a weapon of last resort. It's why he's the boss. Of course, I'm not the first reckoner to bear a bomb under my ribcage, but Delgado was smart enough to continue the tradition. Now, let me get you set up. A moment while I convene with the core. Thanks to advanced modifications even Legion would envy, I can interface directly with our mainframe and the Galbank network.
Yeah, I totally believe in peaceful protest too.
Clean credits faster and more efficiently than any run-of-the-mill cyber runner. There, you're done.
I don't believe in vandalism.
All you need now is Delgado's blessing, and you'll be one of us. None. Other than my chest and arm modifications, I am but a simple man. Is the interview over now? Can we get back to work? Yes. About time you shut up and listened. Thanks to our relations with contacts across the galaxy, we always have a steady stream of jobs available. I've granted you all the necessary permissions to access these listings at any time, using the computers that surround the core.
Yeah, exactly. You can't fight hate with more hate, you know? You get it.
If Neva's chosen wisely, we certainly will. Now, I believe that covers all I have to say, so you can run along to Delgado.
Alright, listen up. You can all stop complaining. Atrium to cargo bay doors have been repaired. Oh, and you're welcome, Nev.
I think electric cars are cool. I don't personally own one, but, I mean, I think the idea is neat. I don't have much of an opinion on them.
So, now that we are all here,
I personally wouldn't buy one,
get down to business.
but
The two of you are the
I hope
only
the
roots that
technology
will
gets
get the
better.
price cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Crimson Fleet.
I'm hopeful that like electric cars will become like more efficient as time goes on. I mean, I think they're cool for what they're worth, but like I know that like there's like a lot of environmental costs that goes into like producing them. So, who knows?
You'd better not disappoint, or you'll find yourself answering to me, personally. All right, let's get started here.
Right, I kind of feel like technology needs to be better. I feel like it needs to be more efficient for the long term than like gasoline for me to like fully like want to switch over or something.
You stay loyal or you pay the consequences. Fleet before friends. Fleet before family.
Like we have all these electric cars now today, but how are they going to hold up, you know, 20 to 30 years from now? You know, that's what I'm more concerned about. I'm more worried about like I want a car that'll last me a long time. Because when I really like a car, I want to keep that car for a long time and I want to maintain it. So.
Of course we have rules. If you think the Crimson Fleet was built on a lawless dream, think again. Our influence, our money, our respect comes from meticulous planning and every last soul in the fleet following my orders to the letter. That is why you need to learn to place the fleet before everything. Boss. Good. You're getting it already. I like that.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I am impressed. That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis. Since you two seem so eager to move forward, let's get to your next job. Pack your cold weather gear, Rooks. Where we are going, you're going to need it.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're dragging him down to Suvarol for another one of your little initiation runs. 10 Johns to the surface, 12 dead Rooks. You'd think by now you would have given up on that goddamn campfire story.
Crix's legacy is no story, Neva. We've got fresh eyes in the fleet. And if these two want to impress, they're going to help me search those ruins.
I hope you're right, Dale. That new code we grabbed for the lot cost us a ton of credits. And a decent captain.
This initiation, as Neva calls it, is your chance to see where it all began. On Suvorov with Jasper Crix. Crix led the riots that gave birth to the Crimson Fleet. And if his legacy is still out there, we're going to be the ones to find it.
Yeah, I'm sure that green energy will get more efficient like over time and stuff as we get older. Because I'm sure that like scientists even today are probably trying to research like more efficient methods and stuff to make it more like cost effective. I think that's mainly or the reason why a lot of people don't like switch over to green energy is just because like it can be such an investment into doing it, and it can pay out over time, but sometimes people don't always have that money to afford that up front. Um, you know.
You better start talking. Through a bit of luck and a hell of a lot of cash, Neva was able to get her hands on an access code to the inside of the lock. This will be the first time someone from the Crimson Fleet has set foot in there for, well, since Crix left the place behind. It has been frustrating being this close to potential clues, but not being able to find a way through those prison walls.
Yeah, I've heard about that. How there's like different microbiology on other planets. I think it's interesting. I'm sure that I think that there's more advanced life out there, probably somewhere.
Of course. Where else could I find such a perfect location to weed out any rooks who'd be wasting the fleet's time? What? Were you expecting a goddamn graduation ceremony? Think I'm just going to slap a skull on you and send you on your way? Make no mistake, you are being tested all the time. Every job you take will be under constant scrutiny. And Neva? Well, she's just waiting for you to screw things up.
There's so many different like planets and stuff that are in that little Goldilocks zone in our actual like solar system. I'm sure that there's probably plenty of different planets out there with life forms, like tiny ones. I'm sure that there's probably not like intelligent life forms. I mean, there probably is, but like not on the scale that, you know, we'd be able to detect or something.
Before Crix left the fleet, he
But
left a message talking about
I'm sure that there's definitely life on other planets.
one that would set up the fleet to be a big player in the settled systems. Somewhere down the line, they started calling it Crix's legacy. And everyone is
But then again, they're still trying to find intelligent life here. So
if we're gonna beat those odds,
we've got some work to
we'll
do.
first need a lead. And I would wager we will find one on Subarov.
Yeah, where there's prey, there's always predators.
That this whole search is based on a handful of words on a very old slate. Crix left a lot of big talk on that recording. And
I'm scared if we meet aliens. Like,
some of us believe in it more than others.
they're gonna harvest our resources, they're gonna take everything. They're just gonna see us like ants.
When we get our hands on Crix's legacy, the fleet will be operating at a completely different level. We will become more than a match for UC System.
I hope it's like Starfield and we're the dominant species across like a portion of the galaxy. That's more up my alley.
Listen to the words that I am saying. The legacy is real. You will find that out in due time, provided you're willing to put in the work. Nothing worth having ever comes easy.
Strange words coming from a pirate. You steal what is not yours because it is easy, no? But perhaps.
You forget the UC is still licking its wounds from the colony wars. They don't have the capability to mount
It's not that far.
scale assault.
We could drive
If they were
there.
foolish enough to attack, we would have the manpower to push those pendejos right back to Jemison. If we have Crix's legacy.
Simple. We get on one of those unlimited highways, and then we just go faster than the speed of light, and then we get there.
Exactly. Now you're beginning to understand. Okay, enough discussion. We have got a lot of work to do. To that end, the next stop is the lock. I've had
We could do that too, I
coordinates
suppose.
into your ship's computer. Since Mathis doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there, Rook. Don't keep me waiting.
think it'd be so cool to do that, but then you'd also would have to like I feel like it would be so hard to like maintain like I don't know if it would be hard to maintain like a society like that on a small ship for like such a long time. I feel like there would probably be like social problems or something. There'd have to be a lot of rules and systems in place for that like to work, I feel like.
It would seem that
Everybody would have to
one
be
of
on
wealth
board with the
stolen over
mission.
decades has been spent on upkeep for this town.
Need something?
Been hearing some stuff about the Mantis being back.
That too, the human body also needs like gravity and stuff to like maintain our bone structure. So like we would have to like create, oh my god, I keep bumping into the station. We would have to create like artificial gravity or something in order like to maintain our bodies and stuff throughout that time period of travel. But even then, we don't even know what like the long-term effects of like being in space are on the human body yet. I think I saw something that said like the person who's been in space like the longest has been in space for almost like a year now, like 355 days or something. But like, who knows how good for that health, for his health that could be, you know?
About time you got here.
I told you you were wasting your time, Del.
That is why we're here. And Mathis, I am running things around here, so keep your mouth shut. You got that?
Fine.
All right, listen up because I am only going to go through this once. We are here to dig up any info about Grix's legacy. We are not here to scrap for loot. Whatever you pick up, don't think, don't get creative, bring it straight to me.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to light up a cigarette on there. But yeah, like, I mean, who knows?
Oh, I don't know. I was really hoping for a huge sign on the wall saying, do I have to spell everything out? Look for data slates, notes, terminal entries? So simple, even a rook like you?
Hold on, no scrapping. How the hell am I supposed to make money around here?
All right, that's enough. If either of you want to fly with the Crimson Fleet, then you need to follow one simple rule.
Yeah, I don't really need to see space myself. Like, I know that they have like commercial space travel and stuff, but like most of the space travel I've seen has been like people like doing like scientific experiments and stuff. That just seems kind of boring.
Yeah.
But have a good night, Rainbow. I hope you have a good one. Thanks for chatting.
Yeah, keep talking, wise ass.
Throttle it down, both of you, right now. Oh, and there's one more thing. Your little friend can tag along until we get to the outer doors of the prison, but I will be damned if I'm letting them inside.
Fine, fine. Go on. Leave me. Just be sure and thaw me out when you return.
We have a lot of ground to cover between the landing area and the lock, so let's get moving. further south. Here we are. The place where Jasper Griggs laid the groundwork for finding the legacy and eventually the Crimson Fleet. The Lock. Around 5 years. Rumor says he started planning his escape the moment that he arrived. Yeah, he needs to get this thing open, like, right now.
Like
it's
that.
freezing out here.
Then crank up your suit heat, Mathis, because it's probably not going to get much better once we are inside. All right, let's keep moving. Standing out here isn't doing us any good. This ID card cost a small fortune. Let's hope it pays off. We are in. Let's go.
first time I've been inside this part of the locker, so keep your eyes open. See anything unusual, call it out. If it's hostile, take it down. Couldn't be simpler.
How many people did the UC stick down here, Dal?
A couple of hundred at least. Might not look like much, but it was better than trying to survive on the surface.
Stairs are so steep
Much
in this
better.
game.
Even with the heating on, this place looks like a goddamn dump.
Now you know why the prisoners got fed up and looked to Crix to lead them out of here.
And that's how the Crimson Fleet began. Yeah, we've all heard the story.
It's not a story, Mathis. It's history. Remember that. Now, keep your mouth shut and your eyes open. This must be where they registered the prisoners before transferring them to a cell block. Could you imagine being stuck under a ton of ice like this for the rest of your life?
Yeah, sure. Must have been awful. Better them than us, though, am I right?
Wait, shut up a second. Did you hear that?
Wait, what was that? You got a death wish?
Must be a nest. I bet these things are crawling all over the place.
Yeah, and their buddies probably heard us firing from about 1 kilometer away. Hallelujah. If we weren't on this job with Delgado, I'd drop you for saying that.
Enough already! I should have known better than to bring both of you at the same time. Now let's see. Looks like we are inside some sort of prisoner transfer area, but everything is locked down tight. Since you are such good friends, why don't you and Mathis head up to that control room and see if you can get some more of these doors open?
Oh, something's out there.
This is just great. The hell are we supposed to do now? Yeah, sure. I've got a few spare months to cut through all that rock and ice.
I literally have a
Let's face
cutter.
it, we're on our own now. Why? Because that's what his loyal little soldiers are supposed to do? The hell with that. I have a better plan. We use this opportunity to take out Delgado, and at the same time, make some serious credits for ourselves.
Yeah, we're doing this right now.
Or maybe we should wait until the next time we're on an alien world and separated from Delgado by an icefall. We bide our time, and when the moment's right, we hit him with everything we've got.
Even the almighty Delgado won't stand a chance if we work together.
Whoa, hang on. Give me a second to explain. Let's pretend for a second Delgado's correct, and there's information here about Crix's legacy. Once we get rid of him, we'll dig up the garbage ourselves and sell whatever we find to Neva. We'll be rolling in credits. No way. Listen to me. We're going to be handing Neva leadership of the Crimson Fleet on a platter. She'll be thanking us for getting rid of Delgado. I mean, come on. I'll bet you a month's share that he's never been this vulnerable. It's perfect. Hell no. Come on, we both know anything we find here about the legacy is going to be... If Neva wants to spend the rest of her life chasing ghosts, let her. We got more... Oh, fine. You know, for a second there, I was almost starting to respect you. Now, let's find a way out of here. I guess that's one way through. Must have burned some serious cash when they lost this place.
Anyone still alive up there?
Right.
Come on, we need these doors open. Damn it. Is anyone there? Can either of you hear me? So the two of you made it, huh? Don't worry, it all goes downhill from here. Now listen up. We have obviously been cut off, so I need you to do two things. First, I want you to keep looking for a way to open the rest of the doors down here. Otherwise, I'm not going anywhere. And second, try and dig up whatever you can about Jasper Crix. You both got that? I'll make it easy for you. If you find anything that says Crix or Legacy, this really isn't that different. Yeah? You'd better. And tell Mathis not to get any bright ideas, or I will gut him myself.
Here I thought we were gonna be doing something fun, like rob a bank or something. Look at this dump. I can't imagine being stuffed down here. Poor bastards. What's that over there? Looks like there's a guard tower overlooking the cell block. We should check it out.
Closer.
So, have you changed your mind yet? Yeah, right. You saw it back there. Those things, whatever they were, they've probably ripped him to shreds by now. Did the job for us. And if they haven't, we can still handle the job. We just have to get our hands a little dirty. Wouldn't be the first time, am I right? Of all the people to get trapped here with, why the hell did I get stuck with you, huh? Fine, have it your way. So, now that we've made it to the guard tower, what's our next move, genius? Been in a few slams yourself, I see. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Cell D03118. Okay. That's a place to start, I guess.
Oh.
This place is starting to get...
Today, I bumped into someone in the mess hall yapping about a ship carrying a fortune in credits. I know it's usually bullshit, but he seemed to have details. After striking up a conversation, I found out the ship was a Galbank transporting in a legacy down in some remote system. I need to contact Carter and let him know it's time to get off this rock. He'll have the mining details of the utility closet. That's where we'll dig. Not up, but through. Right to the armory. Carter mentioned that security keeps rotating codes. I'll have to coordinate this carefully. For now, we'll continue using his locker in the showers area as a drop point for the code to the utility closet. By this time next month, I should be out of this dump and uploading those creds into my account.
Delgado was right.
Did not mean to sit.
They aren't paying us.
What I wouldn't give for a space here and a hot cup of bogs right now.
Okay, Carter. Confirming that the latest code to the utility room is 486111071.
Can't believe this is where the fleet
The
started.
mining crew tells me it'll take them a week to cut through the ice. So I'm giving you that long to square your end of the plan. When the tunnel reaches the armory, I'll get my people to start a riot. When you hear the fireworks go off, get your ass to the shuttle bay. We get one shot at this. If we play our cards right, this gets us one step closer to that fortune that went down with the legacy. You report any of this to the guards. Well,
They use the sand garden tool as a shiv.
Can you imagine how angry the prisoners were when they rioted? I would hate to have been one of the guards. Was this an armory? Looks like they cleared this place out. Well, well, what do we have here? Give me a sec. This ought to come in handy. All right, let's keep moving. Looks like this was the warden's office.
Alrighty, chat. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna grab some food, and then I will continue. Holy crap. There was a huge Microsoft Bethesda leak today. And I'm going to look into it.
They built the office right next to the shuttle bay for quick escapes, I bet.
Late last night, a Phil Spencer deposition from late 2022 was uploaded as a part of the ongoing FTC versus Microsoft court case. This, of course, over Microsoft's attempted acquisition of Activision Blizzard, but attached to this deposition were a plethora of other highly confidential files detailing Microsoft's internal plans for the next Xbox console and a full roadmap for Bethesda's upcoming releases. And yes, this is massive. We may be looking at one of the biggest leaks in gaming history right now. The document in question around Bethesda is the ZeniMax Management Forecast, ZeniMax being the parent company of Bethesda. This seems to describe tons of upcoming releases for Bethesda, like a Fallout 3 remaster, an Oblivion remaster, but also things like a timeline as to when The Elder Scrolls 6 could be coming out. And right off the bat, there's a ton of confusion around what this document actually is and what it actually is representing, because no, I don't think The Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out next year. This ZeniMax Management Forecast was created by Microsoft around July of 2020. And this is very notable because this is from when Microsoft was still in talks to buy ZeniMax. It's before Microsoft actually owned Bethesda. This document basically seems like it was Microsoft discussing the proposed release schedule for Bethesda's upcoming games, as well as going over how much money they expect to make from those releases. So Microsoft's basically looking at Bethesda's internal roadmap and trying to decide to buy them or not. And evidently they liked what they saw because of course now Microsoft does own Bethesda. But there are some major reveals on this list. An Indiana Jones game that is set to drop very soon, a remaster is on the way of not only Oblivion but also Fallout 3. There's going to be a bunch of sequels coming like Doom 0 Year, Ghostwire Tokyo 2, Dishonored 3, and of course The Elder Scrolls 6. And just right off the bat, this is one of those situations where I genuinely feel bad for both Microsoft and Bethesda. This leak is rough. Bethesda's entire planned slate is out there in the public now, and on the Microsoft side, their entire console slate is now out in the public. But it's still out there, and we're going to talk about what was revealed. So running through this list in order, the fiscal year 20 stuff was largely on time. Basically, all of this content is already out and you can play it. I saw some confusion over the Fallout Shelter Online listing as a mobile release, but yeah, this is a thing. Fallout Shelter Online did release, it's just exclusive to Asian markets, so most Westerners have never heard or played it. But then in fiscal year 21, things start to get a bit more interesting, as we can immediately see Starfield at the top of the list. And this is one of those big considerations you have to take when looking at this planned list. We're looking at very old information here. We've heard in the past that before Microsoft bought out Bethesda, Starfield was actually slated to drop in 2021. But once Microsoft acquired them, they gave Bethesda more time to work on the game. So then the release date was pushed to 2022 and eventually got delayed until 2023, and we just of course had the game come out. And we can see here concretely that Bethesda originally planned to follow that 3-year release schedule and have Fallout 76 in 2018, but then Starfield in 2021. So just right off the bat, if you're loving Starfield, if you like how expansive and in-depth some of the game systems are, it really seems like you have Microsoft to thank for that. They gave Bethesda the opportunity to spend more time on and expand the game. On this list is also Project Hibiki, and we know that is Hi-Fi Rush, which is also a pretty interesting one. That means Hi-Fi Rush came out 2 years after it was originally planned to, so obviously we're seeing some internal delays occur here. And that becomes even clearer as we go to all of the unreleased content which begins to pop up in fiscal year 2022, which means that Bethesda thought all of this content was coming in 2022, despite the fact that basically none of this has released and we're approaching the end of 2023. But we can see here there are plans for the Indiana Jones game to release, an Oblivion remaster, and even some Starfield DLC. And this could give us a decent idea of when these things may actually come out. In a recent interview, when asked about the upcoming Indiana Jones game, Todd Howard said to talk to him next year, aka 2024, suggesting that Indiana Jones may be dropping next year. And of course, we do know Starfield DLC is currently slated to come out next year, so it seems like at least 2 of the things planned for 2022 ended up getting pushed to 2024, which could also mean that Oblivion Remaster is also slated for next year. But what is interesting is Starfield only does have 1 DLC listing. Does this confirm that Shattered Space is the only major DLC coming to Starfield? Well, maybe yes, but also maybe no. One of the major things we have to consider as we start to move into the leak portion of this list is how many things have actually changed since this list was made. We're looking at Bethesda's internal roadmap from July of 2020. Just right off the bat, they were making predictions 4 years into the future, so they could just be flat out wrong with those predictions. But even further, immediately after this, Microsoft bought out the company and could have changed a bunch of plans. This list was made just a couple of months into the pandemic, but the pandemic of course raged on for several years after that. But obviously some things didn't change, because when we look at this Oblivion Remaster, we could reference back to the Oblivion Remaster leak we got just a few months ago. As earlier this year, somebody took to Reddit to leak a bunch of games in development at Virtuous Games, and one of them was apparently this. First, there is the Alter project, which is the remaster/remake of Oblivion. The discussions for it being a full remake are still ongoing. It is done currently using a pairing
That
system,
ain't never gonna
so it
happen.
means that the remaster is running using both an Unreal Engine 5 project and the old Oblivion one. For instance, new graphics are rendered in the UE5 project, but most of the gameplay, physics, etc. is still done in Oblivion. It should be released by the end of next year/early 25, depending mostly on if it's a remake or a remaster. It is mostly done in Paris, but Black Shamrock also helps the studio for the art. And yeah, sure, this could just be a massive coincidence, but it certainly sounds like a UE5 take on Oblivion is coming in the next year or two, which makes sense because even the Gaming Leaks mods clarified that this poster's identity is likely real. So Bethesda is very likely taking an interesting approach here, where they're going to be using 2 engines to achieve this remaster or remake. The original Oblivion engine will carry all of the gameplay features, so it'll still feel like Oblivion, but all of the visuals will be done in Unreal Engine 5, so you will get some insane visuals like this, and it'll really look like it's a next-gen game. The recent Shadow of the Colossus remake was used using this exact same technique, and it got a lot of praise for it. But as we transition into fiscal year 2023, there's definitely some higher level stuff. Reportedly, a new Doom game and its DLC are coming. There's going to be more ESO content, because of course there is, but also 2 codename projects with Project Kestrel and Project Platinum. And Project Kestrel is even slated to get an expansion a year after this. But thanks to other past leaks, we also know what this is. Project Kestrel is going to be a giant new MMO coming from ZeniMax Online Studios. Its codename was already leaked as a part of the past GeForce Now leaks, and Project Platinum was also listed in those leaks, this time listed as Indiana Jones, but it's very likely just tied to Machine Games, and Project Platinum is most likely Wolfenstein 3 or some kind of new Wolfenstein title, which honestly is kind of an insane release schedule. Bethesda expected to drop a new Doom, Wolfenstein, and massive MMO all in the same year, and if all of this truly was just delayed by 2 years, then this means 2025 is going to be absolutely massive and when we'll start seeing all of these games. But of course, it's not actually that perfect. Some of these games are likely to be delayed further, and maybe some weren't even delayed as much and we could hear about them next year. You have to imagine Wolfenstein 3 is still a ways away, as we haven't even seen anything on Indiana Jones yet. But at the very least, yeah, we have a pretty good idea that both Indiana Jones and Wolfenstein are coming from
I
Machine
need a new
Games,
Wolfenstein
as well as a new
game.
Doom game is on the way and is planned to get quite a bit of support. As we could also see in fiscal year 2024, there are more interesting releases. We finally see the mention of the Elder Scrolls 6, but also an expansion for the ZeniMax Online Studios' new MMO, as well as an ESO expansion. So seemingly they're going to support both ESO and the new MMO at the same time. Some more DLC for that released Doom game, a licensed IP game, which is pretty curious and interesting, a Fallout 3 remaster, but then also Dishonored 3 and a sequel to Ghostwire Tokyo. So of course, the most interesting thing on this list is the Elder Scrolls 6, slated as a 2024 release, and that's where things start to get pretty interesting. We recently heard Phil Spencer testify that the Elder Scrolls 6 is 5+ years away. Although despite that, and despite him being the head of Xbox, so he would definitely know, we have been getting more and more evidence that suggests the Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be closer than 2028. Even just during the same trial, another lawyer testified that the Elder Scrolls 6 was coming in 2026, 2026, not 2028
I
at the
doubt
earliest.
that.
A
No.
document pertaining to the court case that was just uploaded yesterday describes The Elder Scrolls 6 as a 2026 or later game. And of course, we have this internal roadmap that slated The Elder Scrolls 6 to drop
And the rest of this
just
document,
3
they're being
years
highly
after
optimistic
Starfield,
anyway.
which of course would be 2026.
I just don't
once
think it's
again.
coming
So
anytime
though it could
soon.
just be me being hopeful, there definitely is a decent amount of compounding evidence to suggest that The Elder Scrolls 6 could be coming sooner than you think. And honestly, that wouldn't shock me. Bethesda went through the massive engine overhaul already. We got that with Starfield. And although there'll likely be even further improvements, they've also surged to 500 developers with Starfield, compared to nearly 100 at the time of Fallout 4. So a quicker game release and turnaround could make sense here. As of right now, it's really just Phil Spencer claiming that The Elder Scrolls 6 is over 5 years away, and he also claims to be unsure of whether it'll be on PlayStation, despite the fact that some documents also list The Elder Scrolls 6 as being on PC and Xbox only. But at the end of the day, it's really Phil Spencer who decides this stuff, so it's hard to ignore what he says. But either way, I wouldn't be shocked if we do start to hear about The Elder Scrolls 6 in the next couple of years, which is very exciting as a Bethesda fan. Most of the other content in here just makes sense. It's nice to see Dishonored 3 was planned at some point. Hopefully this will be a redemption after Redfall. The Fallout 3 remaster could also have an interesting developer, as there were some rumors that inXile is working on a Fallout game. inXile's next game is Clockwork Revolution. We know that. But in 2021,
That looks so
we
cool.
heard from Dealer Gaming that they were working on 2 Unreal Engine 5 games, and the second one was Fallout.
2 unannounced Unreal Engine 5 RPGs from inXile, and I've heard at least one of them is Fallout.
So at the time, in 2021, Fallout in Unreal Engine made 0 sense. But what if it's a remaster of Fallout 3 using that same dual engine technique, and Unreal Engine 5 is really just for the visuals, and the other half will be using Fallout 3's original engine with Gamebryo for gameplay systems, just like with the Oblivion remaster. We even just recently saw how inXile is working on some game with an established IP. That obviously isn't Clockwork Revolution, so maybe they really are working on Fallout. The problem with all of this is everything is so far out. When Bethesda created this document, that Fallout 3 remaster was still 4 years away. So this project could have just been scrapped or reworked entirely after the buyout.
Plans change over
Microsoft
time.
may have given inXile the opportunity to create a proper Fallout spin-off instead, because inXile just working on a Fallout remaster feels kind of light. It feels like it's a larger studio than getting remaster work. So although a lot of people are just taking this list as fact now, like these are all the games we may be seeing, I wouldn't be shocked if a couple of these get mixed around or even canceled outright. And to me, the Fallout 3 remaster is definitely one of those that could have been canceled just because of how far out into the future it was. There's also that licensed IP game coming from Bethesda. There's a lot of rumors that this could be some kind of Star Wars related game or something to do with Lucasfilms, but of course, as of right now, we don't really know what exactly it could be. One of the other things worth mentioning are fiscal quarters. Technically here, what we're looking at are fiscal quarters. Microsoft does have a fairly weird fiscal quarter that begins in July. Technically, we're in Q1 of 2024 right now. So it's not entirely clear what these dates actually are. On the document, it lists fiscal quarters ending on December 31st, so perhaps it's just using regular years. But honestly, at the end of the day, a lot of these timelines are completely messed up anyway, so the exact month that these years are doesn't really matter. And yeah, that's Bethesda's entire planned roadmap, or at the very least, the next few years of releases are likely now revealed. It seems like the company
I
will
don't
be
know
very
about that.
active
It's
with
kind of an old
releasing
league.
major titles in the not-so-distant future. I have to imagine that Summer Showcase next year will be huge, with at least a couple of these being mentioned. And when it comes to Bethesda Game Studios specifically, it seems like they might have a really busy 2024. Looking at some major Starfield DLC, mod support for Starfield, but then maybe even an Oblivion remaster. A Starfield DLC coming out over the summer like they've done in the past with an Oblivion remaster in fall would definitely set them up for a very successful 2024.
Okay, we have a historic leak in gaming history, one of the craziest things that's happened maybe since the GTA 6 leak. That was a couple of years or so ago. We have a whole bunch of leaks coming out from the ongoing FTC versus Microsoft trial. They involve company buyouts, they involve new Xbox consoles, Bethesda's entire upcoming slate, including the next Doom. Let's break it down. So first up, the juiciest thing
I believe
here is
the
that
console
Microsoft
stuff
slash
a
Phil
lot
Spencer are
more
playing the long
than
game in acquiring
the
Nintendo.
Xbox game.
Now the date on these emails is from 2020, so I guess the whole thing they're going to say as this story unfolds. I literally think Phil Spencer's asleep right now. as I record this, it's very early in the UK, but I'm pretty sure that most of America is asleep right now. I imagine Phil Spencer will just wake up and go, look, that was something from a few years ago. We're not doing that anymore. Even though in the email itself, it mentions buying out ZeniMax, it mentions buying out Warner Brothers. And obviously the ZeniMax acquisition is still going through. That's the deal that allowed them to buy Bethesda, Elder Scrolls, to secure Starfield as an exclusive, etc. And I think they're only going to continue going down that road. But in regards to Nintendo, they've said that that would be a likely acquisition, something that Phil Spencer wants to do. He refers to it as a career move, and spoken to the board of directors as well, saying they are fully supportive if an opportunity arises. Spencer says that he thinks it's the best decision for both companies, and that, like I said, it would be a career move, but they have to play the long game. Also discussing what will happen in regards to acquiring Warner Brothers and how they could do that, but it wouldn't come with the wider IP, i.e. they wouldn't be buying Batman, they would just be buying into a share of the revenue to give themselves some more money from Warner Brothers coffers. The Nintendo thing, though, is hilarious because there's two things to this. One, they tried this 20 years ago. They tried this a couple decades ago when they were launching the Xbox, and they had Xbox, I guess, executive at the time, Kevin Backus, go over to Japan, talk to Nintendo, and discuss the idea of acquiring them. And apparently they were laughed. Apparently they were laughed out the room. They were quoted by Backus being very honest about the exchange, that they were just laughed at for about an hour solid. Nintendo laughed their asses off. The idea that Microsoft could acquire Nintendo. Maybe times have changed. I guess we'll see. But that's what happened last time. The second thing,
no, they would
is
just
that
laugh
Microsoft
them
just
off
buying
again.
their way to the top. I know to some degree it's what they've always done. Buy Halo, buy Gears of War. You know, Halo was originally going to be on Mac. Bungie were not an Xbox first-party studio. Obviously, they're not at the minute either. But they bought Gears of War, they bought Epic. They've always kind of bought their way through these things. They've never necessarily nurtured something from the ground up. And I think it's very, very brazen.
I mean, I get that they're trying to, like, they're thinking about buying Nintendo, but this is an old leak, you know, from years ago. They're still in the process right now of still trying to buy Activision Blizzard. You know, I'm pretty sure that court case is still going through, which is what this leak is from.
I just want to flag the fact that something like Starfield,
but it does reveal, like, I know that they're talking about, like, the roadmap and stuff, and that's what he's going to get into.
Spike Xbox Series X sales and Series S as well. You can look at those console sales across the last few weeks, and it's very clear that games are the way forward. I know Phil Spencer himself said that he doesn't think so. He's like, oh, you know, making games isn't going to be the thing that saves us in the console generation or saves us overall. He reckons that they're firmly in third place, and no matter how many Starfields came out, you know, he referred to it, it's never going to be an 11 out of 10 game, etc. I can only firmly disagree. I think when you look at the likes of console sales spiking in regards to a first-party exclusive, surely your method forward is only to make more first-party exclusives. It's not to double down on Game Pass acquisitions or archival acquisitions. The hope being that you can then jack the price for Game Pass, as they are doing in October this year, and just hope that subscription models are the way forward. They so clearly are not, when Disney Plus and the amount of subscription models that we have doing the rounds right now are all jacking up their prices, are all siphoning off various amounts of TV shows, movies, etc. to try and make the costs manageable. I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong, but looking at the tea leaves, drinking the tea itself, it don't taste good, and I don't think this is the way that the industry is going to go. Now, I'm planning on doing a whole bunch of podcasts and general talking points on this. I'll probably segment some parts of this out into separate videos as well, because there's just so much here. However, I did want to cover every major part of this leak because there's just so much to it. And the next major talking point is the new Xbox consoles. The first one, there's two details here, including the next major Xbox console, what they're going to do after the Series systems. But the next
This is what I came here for.
Is the
oh my god.
Old digital 2 terabyte Xbox Series
no,
X
that's so ugly.
It's a cylindrical version of the existing rectangular Series X, and that apparently will have a USB-C cable on the front.
Cortana, start Halo Infinite.
Means that they're going to be going even more into Game Pass. The idea of old school, you know, getting a disc, getting an old Xbox,
I don't want a round Xbox
in the disc tray. That's not something they're going to be continuing once this new model comes out. Now, who knows how the marketing is going to go for this?
It's
thing.
a box.
A lot of the general conversation around why the Xbox
They're taking the box out of the Xbox.
Is backwards compatibility. It's investing in the legacy that you
that ain't cool.
Have. It's being able to go and get Lord of the Rings on Xbox or Dead to Rights or whatever and put it in your current console and then enjoy auto HDR, better frame rates, better resolution, etc. Now, either they make digital versions of all those games available, but if you look at the current Xbox backwards compatibility list, there are tons of games that are disc only. There are tons of games where you need to go out there and physically buy the game to be able to play it. So let's see how they play this particular one in itself. Also mentioned here is a new Xbox controller complete with a gyroscope, which is interesting when you think about the amount of PlayStation 5 games and exclusives that have really good DualSense technology, about how it even improves the likes of Call of Duty and third-party titles as well. I kind of see this as a potential net win for the feel of DualSense games, because for so long that idea has always been exclusive. The idea being that third-party devs aren't going to put that much time into developing DualSense features, haptic technology, general, extra features to their controller feel, because it's only going to be felt by PlayStation owners. If this is, comes true and it gives third-party devs more of a reason to invest in cooler ways to use controllers in general, then this is potentially a net win for PlayStation 5 owners as well. Next up is the actual proper next Xbox. This is going to be a whole talking point going forward, because they are planning a full cloud-powered console for 2028. Microsoft are literally listed here saying that they want a cloud-powered, fully digital console for cloud-powered games. To quote them,
I could see
"Our
that.
vision is
It doesn't
develop
need to be
a next-generation
round.
hybrid game platform capable of leveraging
Don't make
the
it
combined
round.
power of the client and cloud to deliver deeper immersion and entirely new classes of game experiences." Now, there's a lot of PR speak, there's a lot of buzzwords, a lot of BS in there, but an easy way to translate it is, do you remember Crackdown 3? Do you remember the pitch for Crackdown 3? The idea for that game is that whatever wasn't directly controllable, i.e. your direct character, would be computed in the cloud. The idea was that Crackdown 3 would have incredible levels of destruction that would all be cloud computed, that's, handled on the server side, and you would just worry about direct combat with the general machinations, the general calculations of the wider world happening in the background. At the minute, this thing is, sky's the limit. No one's really proven that cloud computing tech can work. It's been mentioned quite a lot. It was mentioned alongside Microsoft Flight Simulator as well, as a different way to compute the amount of data coming into that game to render the world itself as you explore, the real world itself. Jury's kind of out. I don't buy it. The amount of stuff that was abandoned across Crackdown 3's development and how much it was sold on cloud computing, for me at least, I can only go off what's right in front of me, again, doesn't give me much faith in a cloud-based future. However,
So disappointing
I get
what
the
happened to
overall
Crackdown 3.
business move that Phil Spencer is doing here, which is,
I was waiting for that game for
Series
years.
X, get everything on Game Pass, acquire Nintendo, acquire Warner Brothers, acquire ZeniMax, Bethesda, etc. Put it all on Game Pass, make it digital only, make it cloud-based, and they mention it here as well, having maybe an Xbox portable system to beam in, to get that server feed in itself as well. And you can see what they're doing. The problem is they ain't got the games. They can buy a whole bunch of games and put them on that service, but what does it even mean to have an Xbox console if you don't have Xbox games, if you don't have Xbox branded stuff? Is it enough to just put an Xbox logo in front of other things and just see, let's say Mario makes it onto Game Pass, then you see the Nintendo logo, the Xbox logo, and you're glad as a consumer that you have Xbox to play it. Like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because Nintendo aren't going to not make a Switch 2, as we covered in some recent news as well. Nintendo aren't going to stop being Nintendo. I just think the whole move, this acquisitional approach, is just, it pales in comparison to the idea of why a lot of us became gamers or love gaming, or on the industry side, got into the industry in itself, which is the games. At some point, they need to make games. I'll also throw in here that there is a key exchange from the various emails that have leaked between Phil Spencer and Microsoft's Jean-Emile Elien, saying that if they do invest entirely in cloud-based games, that being the 2028 plan, the next few years plan, they literally say that there will be a bloodbath regarding game development because of the amount of
Bloodbath, so
games that are
dramatic.
unproven. The cloud tech is just so completely unproven, and it's not very profitable. She says that in regards to the way that the cloud partners that they have, that they are in themselves, they're not very educated in regards to game development and how long those things are going to take. It's a wider conversation between Phil Spencer and Jean-Emile about studio closures and what leads to a studio closure, and the idea of Phil Spencer saying, well, look, if they're not making enough money in profits versus the cost that it takes to run them, it seems like he's saying Thanos style, that's a simple calculus. Whereas Jean-Emile is saying that there is a lot more to that, and that rules out the idea of niche games. But it segues back into the cloud conversation and the idea of Microsoft/Xbox being all in on cloud computing and cloud-based consoles. That's the thing that is, we have no idea how the hell that could work. I feel like cloud gaming has been mentioned for at least 10 years. Sony tried with Gaikai Tech back in 2012. And just didn't fully stick to it. They kind of have 4K. They have a 4K streaming option for PlayStation Plus right now, but until that's the norm, until that replaces discs or unit sales or digital transactions or the general way that you think about playing games, I don't think that this is the way. But I guess I just have to appreciate the fact that they are attempting something that would revolutionize the future of the industry, like they did with Xbox Live, like they have done in the past. Finally, in this historic Xbox Microsoft Bethesda style leak, is every single thing that Bethesda have in development and they have upcoming. To run all of these down, we have, and this is ostensibly confirmed, it's coming straight from the horse's mouth itself.
Went through that.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar. I think Microsoft is a danger to the video games.
All right, I'll be right back. And then we will return back to Starfield.
They're right next to each other, they pretty much have the exact same generic rectangular shape, and they're pretty similar in size too, with Colorado being only the slightly larger of the two. Both of these states are also mountainous states with the same rocky mountain chain running through each of them, so they have very similar geographies. Both of them are totally landlocked deep within the North American interior, and so both states have very similar climates that are generally dry and windy with cold and snowy winters. And both states have pretty similar levels of water resources capable of supporting agriculture and civilization. The Rocky Mountains in general act as sort of the high water tower of North America, as many of the continent's greatest rivers originate from the vast snowmelt taking place high up within them. As such, Colorado contains the headwaters for the Rio Grande, Arkansas, Colorado, and South Platte rivers, while Wyoming contains many of the headwaters for the Missouri, Snake Columbia, and North Platte rivers. But since the Colorado and Rio Grande rivers run further downstream to even more arid communities like Arizona, Nevada, Southern California, New Mexico, and Texas, those more arid downstream states rely on the water those rivers provide even more than Colorado. And so they are legally entitled by the US federal government to withdraw more water from them, meaning that Colorado must allow most of their waters to continue on downstream. Wyoming is similarly legally required to also allow most of their river's water to continue downstream, but since their rivers don't flow further down to even more arid communities like many of Colorado's rivers do, they're generally allowed to keep more of their waters for themselves. And so Wyoming actually is legally entitled to even more freshwater resources than Colorado is. But despite all of these apparent similarities, and maybe even advantages, Colorado and Wyoming differ in one extremely obvious way. Their populations are wildly different from each other in scale. As of 2023, Wyoming still only has a relatively tiny population of just a hair more than 580,000 people, while Colorado's population is more than 10 times greater than that, at well over 5.8 million people. That means that since Colorado is slightly larger in size, Colorado is on average about 9 times as densely populated as next door Wyoming is. In fact, Wyoming's average population density of just 2.3 people per square kilometer ranks it as one of the most completely empty locations anywhere on the planet. For comparison, Wyoming is, on average, even emptier than Australia or Namibia, two infamously empty countries that are mostly covered in uninhabitable deserts. The only location in Europe that comes anywhere close to matching Wyoming's emptiness are the far northern reaches of the Scandinavian peninsula, in the region of Lapland in Finland, where the population density is around 1.8 people per square kilometer. But that's Lapland within the Arctic Circle, where the winters are brutally harsh and last for 7 months of the year. A low population density there is to be expected, but it's comparable to Wyoming, where the climate is substantially more mild and tolerable. It gets even more interesting though, because Wyoming really is a pretty major population anomaly within the United States. You see, Wyoming is the 10th largest state in the country by area, but it's also by far the absolute smallest in terms of population. Every other state in the country has a significantly higher population than Wyoming, including the really small ones like Vermont, Rhode Island, and Delaware. Put another way, there are a total of 119 counties in the United States that have a larger population than Wyoming does, including little Tulsa County in Oklahoma. And we can still go even smaller. There are 29 cities in the United States that have a larger population than Wyoming, the smallest of which is just Memphis, Tennessee. All the mayors of these 29 cities govern over more people than the actual governor of the state of Wyoming, a state that has so few people in it that it doesn't even really have any cities of its own. The only urban areas in Wyoming are more like towns than cities, since there's only 4 in the entire state that even have a population of more than just 30,000 people. Most other extremely sparsely populated places in the world still have at least one proper major city. Alaska has Anchorage, Namibia has Windhoek, while Mongolia has Ulaanbaatar. But the largest town that Wyoming has to offer up is just Cheyenne. which only has a population of 63,000 people, about the same as the 143rd largest city in California, Santa Cruz. And Cheyenne is barely even in Wyoming either. It's in the far southeastern corner of the state, and it's less than 10 miles away from the border with Colorado. It's only a 50-minute drive away to Fort Collins, which is Colorado's fourth largest city that's 3 times larger than Cheyenne. And it's only a 1 hour and 45-minute drive away to Denver, Colorado's capital and largest city. In essence, Cheyenne and really most of Wyoming's other towns function more as satellites of Colorado from a transportation and economic perspective, because Colorado's population couldn't be any more different. With more than 5.8 million people, Colorado alone accounts for nearly 40% of the entire population of America's 6 Rocky Mountain states. Denver is by far the largest metropolitan area found anywhere in the Rockies, with a total metro-wide population that is nearing 3 million people today, which all on its own dwarfs the whole population of Wyoming. But Denver's massive size is also strangely located, because there's really nothing else like it anywhere near to it. The closest other nearby and comparable population center to Denver is El Paso in Texas, which is about 560 miles away, a similar distance as between London and Milan. With a radius of 560 miles between it and the closest other city of comparable size, Denver is therefore the most isolated of all of America's top 30 largest cities. So, all of this ultimately begs a fundamentally fascinating question. Why did Colorado and Wyoming, despite all of their geographic, geologic, hydrologic, and environmental similarities, each end up with 2 wildly different destinies, with one becoming one of the most empty locations on the planet, and the other becoming basically full of people? It's a very interesting story, and it all begins with each of their histories. You see, part of why Colorado is more heavily populated today is simply because it was the first state of the 2 to actually begin attracting American settlers in the first place. Gold was discovered in the mountains of what would become Colorado back in 1858 along the South Platte River, and that triggered a good old gold rush that brought in a flood of thousands of white settlers storming into the territory pretty much all at once. The mountains up in Wyoming simply never offered up the same quantities of gold and silver that people came rushing into Colorado for. So Wyoming didn't have the same kind of early boost to settlers that Colorado got. Future discoveries of resources like copper, lead, and coal brought in even more miners to Colorado that eventually led it to becoming a state in 1876, a full 14 years before Wyoming would become a state as well in 1890. By the turn of the 20th century in 1900, the mining boom and subsequent agriculture boom had skyrocketed Colorado's population up to 539,000, which is comparable to what Wyoming's population looks like today, more than a century later. But back in 1900, Wyoming's population was only 92,000 people, which was strangely closer to Colorado's population back then than it is today. What ended up happening over the next 120 years to the present is that Colorado's population growth kept outpacing Wyoming's even further, and Wyoming's growth gradually petered out and stagnated. Today, Colorado has more than 10 times the population it had back in 1900, while Wyoming only has a bit more than 6 times its 1900-era population. And there are many reasons for why things ended up turning out this way. For starters, Colorado is just an overall easier place to settle than Wyoming is because they have more flat land to easily settle and develop. If you look at a topographical map of the 2 states, this becomes pretty apparent. Wyoming's borders were drawn up further to the west than Colorado's, meaning that the Rocky Mountains take up a higher amount of the state's territory. The Great Plains extend only across the eastern third of Wyoming, but they extend across roughly 40% of eastern Colorado. Cheyenne, Wyoming's capital and the largest town, was founded on the plains at the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, just like the big cities in Colorado further to the south, like Fort Collins, Denver, Colorado Springs, and Pueblo, because all these towns granted easy access for both of the state's early primary industries, mining and
Yup, that's right. It was a team effort all the way. We had each other's backs the whole time, Del.
Is that madness? Tell him to shut up so I can think.
Yeah, sorry, Del. You go right ahead.
Okay. Now, all we have to do is find a way off of this planet. Let me see. Here we go. I'm looking at schematics for the lock, and I don't think there's a way to get you back to the surface from there. But I can open the outer doors to the shuttle bay and let you fly one of the shuttles down there directly up to the key. Don't worry about your ship. I will send some people down to get it. You just get your ass on that shuttle and get out of here. I don't care if you are finished or not. After that, you can come back down to soup. Okay, let me see.
Shuttle bay activated. Initiating the entry process. Please stand by.
Yup, that's got it. Might take a while though. Those bay doors have not been opened in almost a century. You have done a
Hey, look, well, I wanted to thank you for not being a jerk and hounding all the glory on this run. What? No, no way. But, well, now that you mention it, look, about all that killing Delgado stuff, why don't we just forget about everything that I said? You know, like it never happened. Yeah, of course, don't worry, I'm good for it. Now, let's get the heck out of here.
Oh, that's a big one. Oh, geez. think I should probably get out of here. Gonna keep going? Free ship? Doesn't even have shields.
Been hearing some stuff about the Mantis being back.
I have had enough dealings with the Crimson Fleet to know that we should both be very, very aware of our surroundings right now. I hope you do not have any loose cred sticks. I fully expect you would find them missing when we leave here.
There you are. The hell took you so long?
It's about time. I was about to fly down and loot your bodies.
Not now, neighbor. Well, you said you found something. Hand it over. That's it? Just one slate? After losing so much of our crew, it better be a map with a big red X on it. Well, I'll be damned. Legacy wasn't referring to Crix's fortune. It's the name of an actual ship. A Galbank transport probably loaded with credits.
Never heard any stories about a Gal Bank ship going down. And even if it had happened, it would have been picked clean years ago.
No, neighbor. Think. If Galbank covered it up, and over time, the location was eventually forgotten, it wouldn't be on anyone's radar. Okay, this changes things. Now that we know what we are looking for, we have to narrow the search. And the recording that you found proves that it is out there. All we have to do is find it. Let us start with what we know. It was a Galbank ship, which means the company is going to have records of where it went down. Neva, weren't you working on a deal with Rokov? Something about a big-wig charity event on one of Trident's Starliners?
Are you serious? I've been working on that gig for 3 months. That's my score.
Ay, Dios mío. Will you shut up about your score and think for a second? That Starliner has a Galbank VIP suite aboard, which means... Come on, Ava. This isn't hard.
Which means a Gal Bank exec will be aboard. We grab their credentials and get ourselves into the Gal Bank archives in New Atlantis. Holy shit, that might actually work. I'll send a message to Rokov right away.
Pack your bags, Rook. You're going on vacation.
Woohoo!
And
Got my
since you
swim
are
trunk.
late, take this gun with you. Might come in handy when Rokov screws everything up as usual. Good, because that is exactly what you are going to be doing.
Nice.
Neva and I are too well known to walk around the Starliner without being recognized. If Trident Security spotted us, it'd be over. I need you to board that ship, make contact with Rokov, and get me those credentials. You'd better. Oh, before you leave, I wanted you to know that I took what you said about Mathis into consideration, and I've decided to let him join the fleet. We'll see. That's it then. Next stop for you is Rokov Starliner, the Siren of the Stars. And remember, Rokov does not need to know anything about Grixis' legacy. For now, it's just between us. Now get out of here.
Hey, Rook, before you head out, I need to have a word with you. Meet me at the last Nova after you wrap.
Hell of a job you did down there, Rook. Hell of a job.
Wrap your business up with Mathis, then we'll talk.
If you need credits, hit up the mission boards at the core. Rook?
Hey, I wanted to thank you one last time for not ratting me out to Delgado. And telling him how much I pitched in. That was pretty damn cool. If he would have found out what I was planning, well, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Oh yeah, sure. Anything you need, you just ask. And I'll be there to back you up.
For your sake, I hope you are sincere.
You just, you know, take care of yourself out there.
That last job didn't pan out. I need something bigger.
What kind of name is Sis-Def anyway?
We haven't decided.
Look at him schmoo.
What the hell you mean?
The fleet's the only family you need.
Why is... I think you may be trying to take a little too much.
There you are.
Literally.
All right, look. I've been lining up a score with that asshole Rokov from the Siren of the Stars for months. I'm not about to let a payday slip through my fingers. So guess what? You're gonna finish the job for me.
A lot of jingle in those pockets, Bob. Could use a good shake.
I'm about to tell you, so shut up. Rokov's been tipping me off about some kind of bullshit charity event that the Siren of the Stars is hosting. At the event, they're gonna give away something called the Earth Savior Award. So it's simple. While you're on the Siren, swiping those Gal Bank credentials, I want you to grab that award and bring it to me. From the pictures I've seen, the award is set with 12 blue diamonds and covered in gold filigree. If I get Jazz to take it apart, I can turn it into a hell of a lot of cash. And best of all, the components become untraceable. No, Dombrowski's only aboard to use the Gal Bank VIP suite, so he can catch a free ride at the company's expense. I'm sure he'll be there partying with the other spoiled brats. I guarantee he doesn't give a crap about what's going on at the event. And I'd prefer to have the money that award's worth in my account. So you're just gonna have to deal with it. Look, you can make all the jokes and excuses you want. But if you don't come back with the ES award, I'm gonna deduct it from your pay. Either way, I get my money. How much you walk away with is in your own hands. Got it?
I suppose it is up to you to decide whether it is worth it.
Then it's settled. Good. All right, Rook, we're done here. Now, get your ass to the siren and bring me my boots. We'll talk later.
Need something? To start something?
I hope Bug has something strong enough to knock me out.
Nothing like the smell of a dead shark. The fleet is family. Stealing from each other is just what you call a professional courtesy. So there I am. You see security on my tail.
What a rager.
Drive just chokes. And you know what I find back there? The fattest leash I've ever seen.
There are UC bureaucrats that must be furious that this station has become what it is today.
You can get work from the boards near the Reckoner's Court.
Is Mina seeing anyone right now?
We may not have official security on the key, but we're always looking out for traitors.
You've got stuff to smuggle. I've got So, once again, I'm Jazz, resident engineer. Like Neva said, you need ship parts. It may not be wider, but it's not on the books if that's what you're getting at. I can guarantee your ship will be in good hands. We got the best selection in the settled systems. Anything that keeps the UC and Freestar, just let me know when you want to talk business. I don't mind helping. I've got plenty of... Anything ship-related? If you've got the... Oh.
After the payoff, we headed straight to Neon and dosed out for a week. Or was it a month? I got so zoned I forgot.
Yeah, those.
You check out the Reckoner's Core? She's a beaut, ain't she?
We can do it again soon.
That's like the Drifter's voice actor from Destiny.
Ask Jazz about any ship upgrades.
No price is
Nothing
too
worse
high.
than a
The right gear.
Whoa. That looks cool.
I'm here if you need me.
I hope. All right, make it quick. Behold, my. Oh, bye, I guess.
Every time I see Radley smile, I want to punch him in the face.
If it's hard, my price is maybe. We can talk about what. Don't be a stranger.
I like my weapons like I like my coffee. Scalding.
Need a drink?
Bog at the last Nova.
I've got bounties in every system.
If you don't see which, there is a bit more in the back. Oh, please, take a look. Appreciate the business.
Credit for your thoughts, as they say.
What? Saw your ship come in. Nice ride.
Kids miss you.
Bulk items may require multiple levels of approval and can take up to several weeks for an. Welcome to UC District. I hope we have what you need. Right. Come back if you need something else.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. You're cleared to land.
Most of our operations team graduated top of their class.
Word is the fleet has you chasing ghosts.
Yo, back. So how did it go?
Spookier than a pirate.
Then things are moving forward.
Nice job, Rook.
I was certain we'd fool Delgado, but never. Did you discover anything worth reporting yet? Legacy. Why does that sound familiar? Wait a moment. Are you telling me Delgado may have actually located Crix's legacy?
I have never heard of such a thing.
I'm surprised. I thought this was one of those tales that made it to every corner of the settled systems.
I suppose it's possible, sir. Intelligence picked up a bit of chatter on that subject recently. We assumed it was some sort of tall tale or a story to attract recruits to their cause. Well, let's find out if Delgado's chasing ghosts, or he's smarter than we suspect. Let me see what we have here. Nope. There are no records of a Gal Bank transport named the Legacy in the database. I think Delgado's trying to manipulate you. What do you think, sir?
I think there's no record because Gal Bank is hiding something. Delgado's no fool. If he risked his own neck to get that information, then he must be onto something. We have to take this seriously. What's your next move? Clever, Delgado. Very clever. If I were in your place, I'd be trying to do the exact same thing. We can't let Delgado get his hands on what could potentially turn out to be the largest haul of credits the Crimson Fleet's ever seen.
Maybe I should head out to New Atlantis, sir. I could press the Gal Bank execs for information. Get ahead of everything.
No. Let's allow this to run its course. We have our agent here feeding us information. I think that's good enough for now. There's more to this than just finding the location of the transport. Jasper Crix was clever. For some reason, he never got there. It's imperative that you do. If the Crimson Fleet gets its hands on a transport full of currency, it would be disastrous for the settled systems. I need you to do whatever you can to bring us more information. And for God's sake, don't kill anyone on that Starliner. You're both dismissed.
About time you showed up. All right, I want to know what's going on. I've been trying to get Delgado's attention for, I don't know, 3 years now. And what do I get? Nothing but radio silence. Then out of nowhere, just when Neva and I are closing in on a huge score of our own, Delgado orders me to help you out. Well, I'll be damned. Someone from the fleet finally agrees with me about something. It's a goddamn miracle. So Neva's message said you were here for Dombrowski. Was that all she sent you here to do? Or was there something else you were sent here to steal? Oh, really? Did she now? I can't believe she's trying to cut me out of this deal. Without me, the award never would have ended up here in the first place. She told you to hold that over my head, did she? Oh, that witch. Fine, I'll help. But you're doing all the legwork, and I'm still taking my cut of the payout. Anyway, we'll get to that later. First, we have a much bigger fish to fry. So why are you targeting a Gall Bank exec anyway? Not exactly your average Crimson Fleet prey. Why the interest? Playing it safe for now. Okay. I can respect that. But let's make one thing clear. If I'm gonna stick my neck out by helping you get near Dombrowski, I want something in return.
It would seem we have little choice in the matter. We should hear him out.
Oh no. No, no, no. Delgado isn't... I don't want money. I want back in... Fine. You want to play it that way, and suit yourself. Dombrowski's a full-timer aboard the Siren of the Stars. Probably spends more time cruising the space lanes than actually working. Fortunately, the Siren is hosting the Terran Preservation Society charity gala. Larry won't be able to resist showing off his VIP clout. To get what you need, you're gonna have to attend the gala, talk to his fellow philanthropists, and dig up some dirt.
Oh no. Is shooting everyone an option? Alternately shooting ourselves to avoid it?
The event's a complete sham. Bunch of rich snobs getting together and throwing a party for themselves. These people couldn't give a damn about Terran preservation or any other charity for that matter. Someone with enough disposable income to afford a permanent six-figure cabin aboard one of Trident's finest space liners. Consider it similar to owning a luxury mobile vacation home. Plaything for the wealthy, you get the gist. Take it easy. I'm just getting you started here. I'm sure you'll come running back to me for help again. This card will allow you to access the Starfield ballroom. If you need my help, I'll be relaxing in one of the upper-level lounges. Head inside and mingle with the crowd. No one likes Dombrowski, so they'll be more than happy to share his dirty secrets. Now you're speaking my language. Oh, there's one last thing. Trident equips all of their starliners with the latest acoustic threat detection. Meaning that you lose patience and kill anyone aboard the ship, security will be alerted and all hell will break loose. Anyway, I suppose that's enough to get you started. Good luck. Oh, and while you're at the gala, avoid the canapes. They're frozen, not fresh.
These newer vessels more or less run autonomously.
I suppose that is ours now, eh?
Have you tried the canopies? Horrid. Positively horrid.
Quite a lovely Starliner. Nothing but the best for the society, eh?
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm a silver member of the society, but only 100,000 more credits and I hit the gold tier. Benjamin Bayou of Neon won the award the first time it was presented, but he dropped out of the society a couple of years back. Larry likes to drop overly complex words into conversations. I'm sure he knows that it annoys people, but he does it anyway. Enjoy the rest of the event.
The society chair? I heard he uses Galbank's VIP suite on the Siren of the Stars almost monthly. Does the man ever do any real work? No. And why the heck are you so interested in him anyway? Well, that was boring.
I certainly hope they decide to hold all future society events aboard the Starliner.
That view is absolutely spectacular, isn't it?
Larry has an A-level executive rating over at Galbank, which means he has access to everyone's accounts at the touch of a button. I've already told... Nice to have met you.
Here for business? I don't know why Larry's attending this event. He could care less about any planet, let alone the Earth. Well, apparently the award is so valuable, there's only one in When you join, they send you a small chunk of rock from the Earth itself. That's all then? Okay.
Don't forget to keep your Starview pass handy at all times, or you won't have access to the ballroom.
An open bar would have been nice. But Trident's gouging us for every credit we've got.
Let's put it this way. He's screwed over so many people. Don't forget to donate to the cause.
Have you tried the canopies? Horrid. Positively horrid. Hello, are you? All I know is that the award is given to whomever contributed the most to the preservation of Earth as a historic landmark. It's a shame that the Earth ended in such a sorry state, but I'm glad the society had... Nice to have met you.
So, he's been spending a lot of time with Claudia Swist. Quality time, if you catch my meaning. I'm certain his wife doesn't know a thing about it.
Good to know.
Sheila Holbrook is chair of the awards committee this year. The way she dotes over that glorified trophy, you'd think it was her own child. You don't necessarily have to be wealthy to contribute, though the minimum donation level is 5,000 credits. Enjoy the rest of the event.
In the event of a lockdown, remember to return to your cabin.
Is this important? I don't have a lot of time for idle nonsense. Yes, I'm extremely busy preparing for the award ceremony, so this better be important. Yes, I am. Actually, I've been entrusted with the transfer of the award for the last 7 of its 9 years. Why do you ask? Forget it. I refuse to have a repeat of last year's fiasco, where the name leaked early and started a common brawl. The winner's name is safely sealed away with the award itself, inside the master safe located at the purser's office. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much more important things on my agenda than to speak to the likes of you.
Rude.
Any complaints about your cruise?
If this is not the very definition of decadence, I do not know what is.
Glad to have you aboard. Welcome to the purser's office. I'm Chief Purser Murata. How can I be of assistance today? Oh, absolutely. The safe is magnetically sealed and shielded with multiple layers of fully damage-resistant, vacuum-proof plating. In the unlikely event our vessel is boarded and the threat detection alarm is triggered, the safe will be permanently sealed until it reaches port. In the even more unlikely event this ship is destroyed, we can assure you that your loved ones will be able to recover your goods from the wreckage. So, as you can imagine, your property will be completely secure until you decide to retrieve them from our safe. I've only seen it briefly myself, but I can assure you that it's quite lovely. Unfortunately, the item is locked inside of our safe. Is there anything else I can... Well, if you change your mind, I'll be here. Have a wonderful trip. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to make your stay more comfortable.
Sorry, do I know you?
You don't know me, but I know you.
Look, I think you're definitely confused here. I really don't have time to have a discussion with you. My partner's waiting for me. He's a very important man. I can't believe this is happening. I told Larry to keep his big mouth shut, but did he listen? No. He had to impress his friends and treat me like a trophy. Look, I've been in this business for a long time, and I know how this game works, so let's skip all the banter and get it over with. What's it gonna take to make us both happy? You're not very bright, are you? I'm a grade C3 exec at Galbank. If that's all you really want, you're certainly welcome to that. If I give you dirt on that son of a bitch Dombrowski... If you're trying to intimidate me by... This is just gonna keep going until I give in, isn't it? Oh, god damn it. I knew this would happen. I told Gabe and Larry nothing good would come of this, but they didn't listen. Alright, you've made your point. You know, this whole thing really pisses me off. Larry and I had the perfect scheme where thousands of credits all worked out, and then he goes and flushes the whole thing down the toilet.
I do not understand. Your anger is focused on Mr. Dombrowski, but clearly the failure of this plan rests on you as well.
If you had to work near him day in and day out, I think you'd understand. He's a disgusting pig, plain and simple. Oh, angry isn't even... Larry got together with myself and this other guy, Gabriel Vera. He's some bigwig over at UC Security. I doctored the transactions, Larry wiped them off the system, and Vera kept the legal pressure off of us. We were scamming Galbank for months. It was going well until I discovered Larry was cheating everyone by changing each transaction in his favor before deleting them. I wish I had some. Maybe you should try talking to Gabriel Vera. If he doesn't want to cooperate, just mention. Good luck. I hope you hurt Dombrowski. Nail his ass right to the wall.
Please remain in designated passenger areas at all times. Have a safe journey.
Quite a love. Starliner. Nothing but the best for the society.
You look a bit lost in these surroundings. Hello. You here for the charity event? Well, I work for UC Security, meaning that business isn't exactly my area. I'm afraid I can't really help you. If you're looking for... Claudia sent you, did she? Look, friend, I don't know if you're just a little drunk, maybe a touch crazy, or both. Whatever you think you know about me, you're dead wrong. So back off.
We both know exactly who you are.
Just in case you weren't aware, I am the authorities. Anything you try to report will boil down to your word against mine. And since I work for UC Security, who do you think people will believe?
Here for business or pleasure?
I saw your little exchange with Vera. Keep that up and I guarantee that imbecile's gonna demand that you be arrested. Which is why he's threatening you. That makes sense. We need hard evidence of their scheme. But it's gonna be tricky. The problem is he's not gonna talk to you in public. We need to get Vera isolated so he'll spill everything he knows. Maybe. But if something goes wrong and he's able to raise an alarm, we're sunk. With all of these wealthy patrons aboard, the ship is crawling with security. Smart. If there's an emergency, standard practice is for all passengers to clear the decks and report to their cabins for lockdown. I think the best chance we have would be to tamper with the life support sensors. Manipulate a few controls, and you can fool the monitoring system into thinking there's a life support failure. And there you have your emergency.
Your lack of commitment does not exactly fill me with confidence. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Don't worry. It'll be as easy as it was mingling with the guests at the party. Just throw a few... One more thing. If Chief Engineer Sundin gives you any trouble, tell him I'll erase that gambling debt he owes me. I prefer you use that as a last resort, but hey, what's the harm in losing a few credits when I'm on the brink of rejoining the fleet, right? Anyway, I better start packing. Things are getting hot around here, and won't be long before Trident figures out you had help. As long as you remember that I'm getting paid my cut, I'll help you with anything you want. What's the status of your plan? Like the ship's purser probably told you, it's because the system is completely automated. The only way you're gonna get the award is by using Sheila's claim ID. But she's not going to just hand it over. Here, give her this. I'm certain it'll help. And if you're thinking of pulling the trigger on poor Miss Holbrook, remember that any gunfire is gonna set off the ship's alarms. There's access to the crew section that you can reach through the Starview ballroom. Chief Sundin should be there, wasting time at the station as usual. Once you're past Sundin, just look for the room marked. All passengers are instructed to immediately report. Fortunately for us, all of the passenger cabin doors will automatically unlock. This is normally to ensure the crew can check cabins quickly and without interference. But in our case, it's like having an all-access pass. On the surface, he's an upstanding citizen of the United Colonies, pretty high up in UC security. Lots of clout with Mast. Underneath, he's a greedy piece of garbage. Given the chance, he'd backstab you for a cret stick and pin the murder on someone else. Come to think of it, if he wasn't such a petty tyrant, he'd probably thrive with the Crimson Fleet. Don't you have somewhere to be?
I certainly
Must you continue the
all future society events aboard a Starliner.
Excuse me? And why in goodness name would I do something? And why in goodness name would I pop?
Mind control.
You're starting to make a lot of sense. You don't know what you... I'm starting to think you're right.
Mind control, it works
Oh,
every
just
time.
Take the damn thing already. Listen, maybe you can keep this between us. If the award goes missing, there's no need for the insurance company to get involved.
Please remember to obey all... I've done this particular cruise run several times, and I can assure you that
The ship's purser can assist you.
This is one of Trident's top-of-the-line vessels.
This is well maintained, to be sure, but obviously the credits have all been spent on the
Wait a
areas the
second.
guests
You're
actually
Captain
see.
Rocco's guest, right? Didn't expect to see you down here. Sorry to give you trouble. What can I do for you? Oh, sorry. That... All right. No need to get pushy about it. Captain Rocco sure picks some weird friends. Tell you what, I'm just going to step out, Maybe you can hold this for me while I'm... Remember not to touch anything, please.
Yeah. Sure thing, buddy. Dutch. 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 He hasn't even left the room yet. Or...
All passengers, may I have your attention, please? The captain has declared a ship-wide emergency. Please report to your cabins in an orderly fashion and remain there.
Much nicer here now. Plenty of room.
The Siren of the Stars is now in emergency status. Please remain calm and...
A sharp contrast from the crew quarters, is it not?
I was wondering if you were the cause of the ship-wide emergency. It's time you stop playing games and tell me why you're here. I always took him for a fool, but I can't believe he's stupid enough to have gotten mixed up with the Crimson Fleet. Still, why would I possibly want to incriminate myself by handing over any evidence?
All passengers, may I have your attention, please? The captain has declared a ship-wide
Claudia
emergency.
said that. You sure? That means my money's already gone. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't want to end up on the Crimson Fleet shit list. But if I give you that information, it falls into the wrong hand. At least I walk away with something. Here, with this slate and this recording to tie it all together, you'll be able to nail his ass to the wall. Just remember that you promised to leave me out of it. Just because I'm helping you nail Dombrowski doesn't... How else am I going to ensure that he ends up behind bars when all this comes crash? No. You can leave me out of your merry little... You better tell Dombrowski to run, because if you don't kill him, I will.
This ship is in a state of emergency. Please return to your cabin immediately.
All passengers are being asked to return to their cabins.
Well, well. You must be the one who's been accosting Claudia and Gabriel. I'm uncertain what you hope to accomplish here, but it appears we should rapidly enter into some sort of negotiation.
All
Excellent, excellent. So, first, it's clear that you've obtained insider knowledge of my arrangement to defraud Galbank. The means and the method, perhaps, but not the motive. And second, I'm going to hypothesize that my compatriots are despondent regarding their share and have assisted you with this endeavor, Since we're speaking and I'm not at the reporting end of a bullet, this leads me to conclude that you desire something personal from me. I see. Well, that certainly places a damper on our negotiations. Perhaps I can hasten my diatribe to temper your violence-ridden contribution. In blunt terms, you have compromising materials about me in your possession. I assume that's what you've been angling for.
Will there be much more of this? My head is starting to hurt.
Me too. Too many big words.
Oh, it was actually a rather easy deduction to make. It's the only thing of significant value that I still have in my possession. It appears we've reached an accord. Wait, I'm sorry. Let me simplify that. Oh, of course, I trust you'll understand if I ask for us to avoid any... Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to formulate how I'm going to utterly ruin two very annoying business associates.
Yes? In an orderly fashion, and remain there until you receive further instructions.
Well, looks like everything worked out. I'm glad you feel that way. Just remember to tell Delgado how. You know, I'm still wondering exactly what you needed those credentials for. So he told you to keep it from me. I wouldn't want you to risk your position with the fleet like I did, so... Anyway, I suppose there's nothing stopping me from rejoining them. I owe you one, Overreach. Nonsense. If there's one universal constant you can depend on, it's that Yevgeny Rokov always makes good on his deals. Always. Well, I suppose this is where we part company. Hopefully the next...
There's no cause for alarm. I'm sure this is just a minor malfunction or a drone.
Our security team would appreciate if you please shelter in your cabin during this emergency. Thank you. All passengers are being asked to return to their cabins at this time. This ship is in a state of emergency.
Siren of the Stars is now in emergency status.
Someone shut down the primary life support system.
I need to pack up and get out.
Security here is so visible. I suppose it makes people more comfortable. Most people, anyway.
All right. I'm gonna take a moment to stand up, stretch my legs, get some water. I encourage you all to do the same. We'll be back in just a little bit where I'm gonna play some Binding of Isaac. So I'll be right back. What's up? I had a snack. Ate some fruit. I didn't mean to do that. Time to switch over.
Isaac and his mother lived alone in a small house on a hill. Isaac kept to himself, drawing pictures and playing with his toys as his mom watched Christian broadcasts on the television. Life was simple, and they were both happy. That was until the day Isaac's mom heard a voice from above. Your son has become corrupted by sin. He
Nope.
needs to be saved.
Didn't mean to do that.
I will do my best to save him, my lord, Isaac's mother replied, rushing
There we go.
into Isaac's room, removing all
Bam.
that was evil from his life.
Right where I belong. Sweet. Both of those are good. No! Ugh. What a shame. Oh, dang. Not fun. I should have probably consumed both, but oh well. Well, if I took it, I'd die. Right? You know, I kind of want to do a different character. Mom's knife. Yeah, I'll take it. just fly over everything. It's so convenient. That was easy.
Friends till the end.
So wacky. Sweet. Let's see. Delirium's probably on one of the end pieces, but
Friends till the end.
Delirium? Nope. Hey, it's the man of the hour. Feels so slow for some reason. Huh. So that is everything. Round 2, Delirium. Oh jeez. Yes! Woo! Haha, that was a close one. Sweet. GG. What's he healing? I don't think I can win. Alrighty, I think that is probably going to be it for me tonight. Thank you for anybody who decided to tune in. Followed. Hope you all have a wonderful night, or day, or just whenever, really. But without further ado, hope you all have a great time. Bye. Have a good one.